is the night both sets of supporters have been waiting for. Not long now. And a warm welcome to a stadium with a real space-age look to it. It's a delight to be talking to you from Bavaria. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me here on the gantry, ready to provide all the tactical observations, is the former England international Sue Smith. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It is Bayern Munich.
I've got one chance!
And a goal! Just what the fans wanted to see. The ideal way to begin. O'Reilly. Now Holland. A very effective challenge put in. Acres of space afforded Bayern. Can he put it away? The game has been turned on its head. They have never stopped believing, and now they sense victory. Rodri. Phil Foden now. Mateus Nunes. Now a potentially dangerous position for City. Rodri. Can they set up a chance? And Kimmich couldn't keep it. Could reduce the deficit. And City get the throw in. Rodri. Holland. Splendid challenge that.
Did well there, brilliant challenge. That's quality, that.
Reinders. Phil Foden now. Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. The free kick decision going the way of Bayern. And just like that, broken up. Well, he's certainly not alone. To reduce the arrears. It's going to be a City ball. Will he play it in? Now gliding through, but stacked defending when it mattered. Foden. Can he finish? And there it is! Still life left in this game, and they have the momentum now. So continuing with the game, City just one behind now. Just cutting off the supply. Now what can they do from here? And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. Reinders. Holland. And offside it is. Could be troublesome. High pressing and good high pressing. Well, this could really help the cause. This could be the equaliser. Well, failure to keep the ball by Bayern. Feeding it through. Needs composure. Well, was very keen to make it a double, but it didn't quite happen.
Yeah, there's a real sharpness to his play. Getting into good positions on a regular basis, isn't he?
Upamecano. Joshua Kimmich. On to Olise. Harry Kane. That's a good-looking pass. And opting for power over placement, but not the desired result. And to take it away. Luis Diaz. A real opening now. Oh, good hit, close shave. Josip Stanisic. Serge Gnabry. And Diaz has it. Oh, they'll be disappointed. It looked promising.
Yeah, it was nice up to a point and then just lacked that bit of quality, didn't they?
Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Lovely weight. That is tackling of the highest order. Oh, they were in a decent position too. Josip Stanisic. Now Harry Kane. Nice looking move this. Well, high quality defending. Doku. And the keeper is there to cover up. And that brings to an end the first half here in Munich. Well, the referee sounding the second half into action, and Bayern with the lead. Joshua Kimmich. On to Olise. Building. That's effective pressure high up the pitch. Gnabry! Doing everything possible to keep possession.
Oh, he's such a tenacious player. I love watching him.
Well, going for power and so close to finding the net. Foden. Stanisic. Ready to break, perhaps. Perfect tackle.
Well, it looks like City have changed their strategy here. I think now they're looking to win the ball back high up the pitch. Their starting positions are much more advanced. It's just whether they can be clinical when the chances do come their way.
Put himself forward pretty well here, Harry Kane. Still trying to make something happen. Well, it's a good deflection. That'll be a corner. Keen to take it short here. Can he put it away? Well, you might say par for the course as far as Erling Haaland was concerned in the first half. Your thoughts?
Yeah, he's played pretty well, to be fair. He's looked confident and assured on the ball. Going to need to see an improvement elsewhere on the pitch, though, if they're going to turn this around.
Kane saw his pass intercepted.
Yeah, spotted what was happening there, didn't he?
Reinders. Well, patient passing could be the key to bringing themselves level. Well, had the keeper to beat, but failed to do so in the end.
Well, he's got to be clinical there. It's a great opportunity to score.
And the ball in behind the defenders. And thwarted there, following the cross. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. Incisive pass. Oh, but just unable to unlock the defence. That's a good-looking pass. Takes aim. And it was hit with genuine power.
He struck it so sweetly. You can't come much closer than that.
Delightful pass. Goalkeeping right out of the top drawer.
Well, he certainly showed his class there with that save. You'd expect him to score from there, but he comes from nowhere to keep that out.
Flag raised for offside. Reinders. Doku. And Diaz has it. Harry Kane. Excellent vision. And that is a below par pass.
Yeah, can't give it away like that. That's a frustrating error.
Oh, that's an interesting pass. Kane. Harry Kane! It's come off the keeper. Up a disappointing dead end. Reinders. Reflex action from the goalkeeper. Showing a real will to win the ball. Decent pass. And good save hands on display.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere in here. It's been such a close game, really competitive, and the fans are just desperate to get them over the line now.
Manchester City have work to do, but is it going to happen for them? Teammates available, but a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. Josip Stanisic. A good vision there. Harry Kane! Foden. Now the counter-attack looks on. Can make it. And a vital save, but the minute's ticking away.
Yeah, that was the one. I don't think they're going to get another chance like that now.
Half-hearted clearance. Well, no way through.
Yeah, looked like a real promising attack, didn't it? Closed down well there, stopped it quickly.
They might be able to capitalise on the wide position, Bayern. Now they have possession in a good area of the pitch. Olise. Now Harry Kane. Oh, free kick, they'll be licking their lips. To that human barrier. Well, there goes the final whistle.
One of the world's most prestigious competitions about to get underway. Every team wants to... Welcome to an iconic stadium in football and in rugby. It's the Parc des Princes in Paris. Guy Mowbray with you for commentary, along with Sue Smith. And it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Paris Saint-Germain versus Manchester City.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out.
Yeah, that looks really promising. They'll be disappointed, you know.
Here's how PSG line up. Vitinha plays alongside. A terrific effort. And the woodwork has been shaken.
This is so unlucky. It's such a long way from goal. He took the opportunity and nearly got his reward. So close.
Kvaratskhelia. Good cross into the middle. And it's saved and held. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Well, the ball just won't stick with anyone here. One for the early ball in. It looked like something building there, but no longer. Oh, nice vision in that pass. And it stopped straight away. The ball back with City now. Chance slips away. And delivered into the middle. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Erling Haaland. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. And the goalkeeper has that and keeps it in his grasp. Now they've got possession. What can they do from here? And maybe that's a misconnection with the ball. It's well wide. Reinders. Oh, that's really well cut out. And they went too soon. It's offside. Closed it down well. In possession.
I've been impressed with how they've closed down and stopped attacks quickly.
Does well to keep it in. They're still going here. PSG recovering possession well. Promising position, this. And that's won back nicely in a good area. Decent looking attack, this. Oh, just can't quite keep it down. Goal kick.
Well, it's a good ball in. It's begging for someone to get on the end of it. Just unable to control the header in the end.
Good work from PSG to win back possession. Well, there's the flag. Offside. A really good interception to take the ball. Offside. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Oh, he's done well to get past his man. And a firm grip kept on the ball. City recovering possession well. Haaland, and the attack is over. Really good defending. Have a go. But well watched by the goalkeeper, and not one for the highlights. Could be a chance. Oh, he's done so well to get a hand to that. It's put into the middle. And this time the ball is his to have and to hold.
Well, he's no doubt relieved to get hold of it in the end, but the initial save was absolutely outstanding.
Great instinct there to cut it out.
Yeah, he anticipated that one well, didn't he?
In the right position to cut out the pass. And that will do it for the first half here at the Parc des Princes. The whistle sounds and the second half gets going. Oh, maybe a bit of space now. A bit sloppy in possession. Sent into the middle. Not the end to the move they were looking for. And it's pinched, read his mind there. Oh, what a good ball, they could be in. Oh, it was a why not moment that. And he wasn't far away.
Well, he's certainly full of confidence to attempt a shot from there, and it's really close to going in.
Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? A promising move stalls. This is a passage of play that nobody will want to remember.
Yeah, there's just no rhythm, is there?
There's a chance for the breakaway here. Fabian just needs the composure now. Oh, he's got to it!
Yeah, he's judged that perfectly, made himself as big as possible and reacted so well.
And the momentum is lost. Ball takes a deflection, corner.
Well, they haven't had too much to cheer for a while, but a goal here would be huge.
And we have 30 minutes left. City have possession again. Oh, look at this. Away they go on the counter. The counter fizzling out in the end. Coutinho. And offside rules the assistant referee. Erling Haaland. That's a good ball. And the keeper reads it and raced to the ball magnificently. And it's a corner, and the chance perhaps for PSG to take the lead. Has a go, and the effort is wide.
Yeah, the keeper was in a good position, probably would have stopped that anyway, but it is a good effort, guy. Well, what a game this has been. You've got two sides wanting to be positive and taking the game to the opposition. Very evenly matched as well. It's been a real enjoyable watch so far.
Could be a chance to break here. Oh, that's really well cut out. Gets past really nicely. Well, spoke too soon. Good recovery to win back possession. Pushing forward, now to make the right choice. Foden. Ball back with PSG now. Oh, lovely skill to beat his marker.
Oh, great ability there.
Out it goes. PSG corner coming. And the corner dealt with. Haaland. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Promising, and that is a top quality save. Just 10 minutes to go now. There's something on here, a chance to attack.
Well, it's so difficult to hear anything in here now. The noise level's certainly gone up, and there is still time for a winner. You just feel the fans know it.
Pressing high, and they have the ball again. And he's having a go. Oh, a vital save to keep things all square.
Yeah, that's a big moment in the game, and he's dealt with it brilliantly.
And he'll have a go here. And he tried his luck all right, and it's gone too high. Tijani Reinders. And superbly and in. Oh, what a time to score! A goal to surely win the game. In the right position to cut out the pass. Now there might be a chance to level things. And it's opened up for him. And it's hit the bar. Really well done. This could lead to something. Need to get tighter here. Oh, it's a decent attempt. It didn't need to be much better.
No, it didn't, Guy. That's a pretty good effort. It's not far away. Still a great chance to increase their lead, though.
Crucially keeps it away. And that will do it. Full time.
Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. And hello to you from the City of Light. We're here in Paris at the Parc des Princes. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and I'm joined for expert analysis by Sue Smith. And a feeling of all-around excitement, given that it is match day 1 in the Champions League. How do you see it panning out?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
Taken by the keeper without any fuss. And here's how the lineup looks for PSG. Fabian plays alongside Vitor Pereira in central midfield, and the responsibility of leading the line today goes to Ousmane Dembélé. Let's have a look at the initial 11 for the visitors. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Federico Di Marco starts with Denzel Dumfries in the fullback positions. Nicolo Barella plays with Henrik Mkhitaryan in the centre of midfield. And leading the attack today, Lautaro Martinez. Oh, and standing top to give them the advantage. And did well to hold on to it this time.
Yeah, superb initial save that took the sting out of it. Relief all round now, though.
Excellent defending. Martinez. And the flag does go up, offside. Well, they're allowing him to run and run and run. Well, the keeper is happy the bar was there. Well, there is a goalkeeper with a fine technique. Good tackle. Barella. Oh, they'll be disappointed. It looked promising.
Yeah, he stopped that one in its tracks, didn't he?
And they have possession again. Oh, good-looking pass. Oh, strong hand on the ball. Alessandro Bastoni. Well, it smacks into the gloves of the goalkeeper. Goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Well read to win possession back. Nicely played. He's through. Oh, it's a terrific challenge. And clean through. It could be red. Substitution it is for PSG. Oh, that's a really good stop, and it wasn't a bad effort either. Pressure is on. Good work from PSG to win it back. And firing it just wide.
Yeah, the keeper was in a good position. Probably would have stopped that anyway. Not a bad effort, though.
Manuel Akanji. Thuram. Well, a shot from miles out. And going for pure power from a long way out.
He's so unlucky not to score. I didn't think he'd shoot from there, but nearly got his rewards.
Dembele. Well, the defenders know they need to get tighter. Can't really allow runs like that. Easy save. Çalhanoğlu. Di Marco. Not the pass he had in mind. Thuram. Taking one for the team. And Dembele's given it away. This looks more than decent. Oh dear, up a dead end. It was promising. Dembele! Oh, he really bruised the crossbar. Well, it could so easily have gone in.
Oh, that shot had real quality behind it. Just one of those moments where luck wasn't with him.
And the keeper able to hold on to it. Nicely timed tackle. Oh, he could finish. Still doable. And they looked poised to take the lead, but that was a magnificent stop.
Well, what a game this has been. Got two sides wanting to be positive and taking the game to the opposition. Very evenly matched as well. It's been a real enjoyable watch so far.
Can he find the right pass? Good-looking effort! Well, it wasn't quite as dangerous as I thought it might be. And there to intervene. Well, he's allowed it to go over the touchline, so a throw-in. Dembele. And a little too close to the keeper in the end. And the... So here we go, the start of the second half at the home of PSG, the Parc des Princes. And diving to thwart him. So the corner played into the box. Well, without putting too fine a point on it, he's missed it. Not looking all that comfortable on the ball. Çalhanoğlu. Oh, useful ball. The crossbar caught in the way. Can he put them ahead? Unable to get a body in the way. Not troubling the keeper.
Well, they were so close to taking the lead there. They just have to keep creating these opportunities and surely the goal will come.
Terrific save. Marcus Thuram. Clever defending. Oh, wonderful bit of skill.
Yeah, great feat, wasn't it?
Excellent run in possession. That's how to dispossess your opponent. You might say he'll be happy with some aspects of his performance so far, but not every aspect. And a goal to open the scoring. No wonder they're celebrating. Really good interception. And PSG using width to good effect. And so 30 minutes left for play in this one. And threading it through. Shot blocked but still alive. Up a disappointing dead end. And in the right position to read it. Martinez. Dembele. Promising possession this. And in with a real chance. Well, such a long way off target.
Oh dear, that's not a good attempt, is it? His technique just all wrong. He'd be disappointed with that.
Very quick thinking there. Neither side able to keep the ball. Oh, what an opportunity! Decent looking ball. Surely now. And he's gone into an illegal position, unfortunately. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. And PSG pushing forward with options available. But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Deflection then over the touchline. Thuram. And very nicely positioned to win it back.
Well, you can tell the crowd sensed something here. It's getting late, but they're really pushing the team on now.
And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Weighted well. Well, plenty of power, but just too much height on it. Just 15 minutes remaining. Untidy in possession. Trying to connect. Oh, that's how to defend.
Yeah, good positioning there, wasn't it?
Room to roam for PSG on the wing. Oh, to level the match. Oh, fully stretched. Well, this might be their final opportunity to draw level. Well, that attempt not troubling the goalkeeper in the slightest.
Yeah, I think you have to credit the defending there. Just enough pressure to put him off at that vital moment.
And he's lost out here, Mkhitaryan. Well, PSG doing well to regain control of the ball.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere. The fans certainly still believe that they can get something from the game, and they want just one last push. There is still time.
There might very well be late excitement. 5 minutes left, and the margin just 1. And the flag has gone up, offside. Neves. Chance for him to get in behind, maybe. And the flag has gone up here, offside the decision. Martinez. Smart defending. PSG chasing this game. They're not out of it. But they dealt with the threat posed. 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Well, you really have to applaud the ambition. Full time then, and Paris Saint-Germain have work to do already. Where did it all go wrong? It is opening night. A huge night for both sets of fans. Match day 1 in the UEFA Champions League. Who will get off to a flying start? It's PSG. They take on Real Madrid, and it's coming up next on EA TV. Hello and welcome to a football stadium with a very rich history. We're at the Parc des Princes in Paris. I'm Derek Ray, and joining me to provide expert analysis is the former England attacker Sue Smith. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Paris Saint-Germain facing Real Madrid.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
Good pressure to win it back. And you need your defender to take charge. And the PSG team looks like this. Vitor Ferreira starts with Fabian in the centre of midfield. And the responsibility of leading the line today...
Oh, I think they might be in.
Well, had the keeper to beat, but failed to do so in the end.
Well, he's got to be clinical there. It's a great opportunity to score.
And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. Trying to open up the defence. And the decision is one of offside here. Jude Bellingham. Might be able to set up the chance. Long-range effort. Well, when all was said and done, he's failed to hit the target. And intercepting it.
Yeah, it's great awareness, that. Positioning was spot on there.
Valverde. And fed forwards. And the keeper taking care of the situation. Kvaratskhelia. Well, you never quite know who's going to emerge from the shadows and become a match winner, but this man might be a decent shout. What are you expecting to see from him?
Well, there's plenty of facets to his game, but he's just brilliant at set pieces. It takes a lot of practice to be so efficient, but whenever they get a free kick around the box, you just think it's going to be a goal.
Fine work from Paris Saint-Germain to win the ball back. And Bellingham. Out of play in a Real Madrid throw-in coming up. Vinicius Junior. Playing his way in. Well, it's sat up for him, but not seriously troubling the goalkeeper. Good ball to switch the play. Well, PSG could get in behind the defence. Must take the lead here. Well, good hands there from the keeper. Jude Bellingham is with Vinicius Junior. Now PSG moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Well, they didn't miss by very much at all. Well, plays with a positional sense that is second to none. Has eyes for goal! Well, just a whisker wide of the post. Not a bad effort at all. Making a bit of headway. Oh, good idea. There's still danger here. Well, able to survive that attacking push. Nice weight on the pass. And caught by the keeper. PSG a little wasteful in possession. Valverde. A gift for any goalkeeper. Oh, the keeper needed to do an awful lot better.
Yeah, it's not the best from him, is it? He's put his team under pressure there.
Taken by the keeper without any fuss. Released it nicely. Rewarded for that brilliant high press. Foiling his opponent completely. Vinicius Junior. An alert intervention. Well trying to hit it with plenty of power from miles out.
Oh, that's a poor attempt, that. He had other options, and you can see his teammates are frustrated with him for attempting that.
This looks more than decent. And making the run to the inside. A disappointing effort, making the keeper's life a bit too easy. Valverde is with Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. Oh, great piece of individual skill. He's in here. It comes to absolutely nothing. Could pose a threat on the counter. Showing good situational awareness. Dembele. Vitinha. Mbappe. Smart defending. Kylian Mbappe. And denied by the crossbar. But offside it is, and so we can bring our excitement levels down a bit. And PSG showing good width here. Crossed into the penalty area. A really meat and drink to the keeper under the circumstances. Mbappe. Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. And that is that for the first half. So here we go, the start of the second half at the home of PSG, the Parc des Princes. And Dembele couldn't keep the ball. Oh, into the chance! On its way! Well, there is a goalkeeper with a fine technique. And taking it away. Jude Bellingham. Good run, this. Now, what can he do with it? Goalkeeper doing his job, getting the touch. Dembele tasked with taking the corner. Well, capable of a better clearance than that.
These missed opportunities.
This could be troublesome. Well, full marks for trying, but very deftly cut out. Able to skip past his man. Vinicius Junior. Given away by Real Madrid. Oh, good idea. It could be for Mbappe. And a goal! The keeper couldn't stop it. Real Madrid on terms. Vitor Ferreira, and very nicely positioned to win it back. The ball back with PSG now. Oh, did so well to cut it out.
Well, I thought they had a real problem there.
Oh, splendid skill. Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility. Well, it looked so promising, but it all comes to nothing. Oh, that's a clever ball. Waited well. Now what can they do from here? Just 20 minutes remaining now. This might get them in front. And Real with the ball again. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Now the counter-attack looks on. And he takes it on! Well, after that attempt, gobbled up by the keeper. Well, finally, it goes out of play, and the pressure was there from the start. Real Madrid have given us away. Individual brilliance. At this late stage, Real Madrid doing everything in their power to grab a winner. And he's gone into an illegal position, unfortunately. Led that pass all the way, cutting it out.
Well, what an atmosphere inside here. The fans are really getting behind them. They want to win this as much as the players. But there's so little time left now.
Federico Valverde. Oh dear, up a dead end. It was promising.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen a bit more quality in the final third there.
Ferreira. And the counter-attack looks on. Well, they took care of the situation defensively. And so into the final 5 minutes. That's well blocked. Chance here. Well, nearly shaving the crossbar with that powerful effort. Valverde. Mbappe. Still level. Real Madrid continue to look for what could be a winner. Determined defending. Well, the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Nice looking pass. And there's the referee's whistle. The stadium is buzzing already, and with good cause. 2 top sides ready to go at it, and this should be something special on the pitch. Good evening, everyone. Plenty of reasons to expect a compelling contest tonight here in the French capital, Paris. We're at the Parc des Princes. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical and technical analysis, it's Stuart Robson. And so the opening match day for these 2 sides in the Champions League. It's Paris Saint-Germain up against Bayern Munich.
As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are 2 decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And here's how the lineup looks for PSG. Fabian plays alongside Vitor Ferreira in central midfield. And gives it a go! Oh, narrowly wide. So unlucky. Kvaratskhelia. Really good interception. Is this the moment? There it is, and just the ideal start. Michael Olise. Lima on the ball. Upamecano. Tar. Really good challenge. Now space for PSG in the wide position. Dembele. Well, not much came of that.
Well, they defend those areas really well.
How did they let that attack come to an end? Green space galore for PSG. Clever defending. Serge Gnabry. Olise trying to connect. Oh, disappointing end to that. Now what can Paris Saint-Germain do from this position? It's time to play it over. Showing a great defensive instinct. He has teammates around him. Kane. Gnabry! Priority was to hang on to the ball, which he did. Too easy, far too easy. And still looking to get the shot away. And couldn't extend their lead.
Well, they've got away with one there.
Olise. Now Harry Kane. Effective challenge. Promising pass. Oh, surely! Well, he opted for power from close range. He might be regretting that now. And snuffing out the danger. Luis Diaz. Harry Kane. And the ruling is offside here. Luis Diaz. Now Harry Kane. And Bayern moving the ball with purpose. Productive pass. Chance for the leveller. And a goal here for Bayern. Beyond the goalkeeper. Bayern on terms. Serge Gnabry. Well, this could really help the cause. To jump in front. And a goal! Another one! Two in quick succession. No wonder they're celebrating. And in with a real chance. They've only gone and grabbed another one. 2 goals in quick succession. Now they have the lead. No wonder they're celebrating. Serge Gnabry. Now Harry Kane. Well, when you're leading, you can afford to be pass happy. Went in strongly to win the ball. Dembele. Now with Neves. And space to cross it. And collected with considerable ease. Did a good job of cutting it out. Attacking possibilities for PSG. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Incisive pass. And Kane might mean business. Still doable. A goal! They're absolutely racing away with this. 3 to the good now. Luis Diaz. And danger averted. Well read.
He read it really well, didn't he?
And so the half-time whistle has gone. Well, into the second half, and it really was a sublime performance from Bayern in the first 45. Luis Diaz. Well, nothing productive, really. Serge Gnabry. It will be a Paris Saint-Germain free kick. Effort from long distance. Well, the goalkeeper dealt with it admirably. Stanisic. Jonathan Tah has it. Upamecano. Michael Olise. Lima on the ball. And Kimmich couldn't keep it. And threading it through. Fabian. Dembele on the ball. Giving it a go. And a goal! He's doubled his total for the day in superb scoring form. Kimmich. Harry Kane. Tah. Bayern pushing forward with options available. Putting it out of play for a throw-in. And the decision is one of offside here. Well, time just challenged magnificently. Can they set up a chance? Oh, got into position brilliantly. Oh, that's a really good run. But stout defending when it mattered. Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility. And there it breaks down. Wasted possession again. Dembele. Oh, I thought they were onto something there.
Well, that's a good turnover, isn't it?
Stanisic. And Diaz has it. And suddenly on the front foot. Well, not pretty, but very gritty. Serge Gnabry. Kimmich. Distributing it well. Can he put it in? Well, that's a really top-notch piece of defending. Really promising for them. Into the final 20 minutes. Danger building. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Harry Kane slips it through. Well, a swift challenge and a throw-in coming up. Harry Kane. Oh, big moment! Flag raised for offside. read it well defensively. Olise. Now with Vitinha. Oh, could get back into it. Oh, another one for them. And with plenty of time still remaining, this game is very much back on. The ball is moving again. The push is on from Paris Saint-Germain. Can they come up with an equaliser? Serge Gnabry. 10 minutes left for play. PSG simply must be opportunistic with time not on their side. Serge Gnabry. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. And offside it is. And very nicely positioned to win it back. Kimmich. Gnabry with it. Just overdid it. Well, no mistake from the keeper, acting decisively. Ferreira. Trying to tee it up. This could level it. Oh, can you believe this? Back from the break and wild celebrations on the touchline. Bayern have given it away. Dembele. So 1 minute of stoppage time. That's what the officials have said. And there's the whistle, all even at the...
Anticipation is enormous as we get ready to begin another epic adventure. Hello and thanks for joining us on a pretty dull evening, but hopefully the game will be quite the opposite. I'm Guy Mowbray and I'm joined by the ever-knowledgeable Stuart Robson. And it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Manchester City and they take on Bayern Munich.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the...
Oh, worth a shot. The job not done yet. This is the Manchester City starting 11. Gianluigi Donnarumma is in goal. Joško Guardiol plays alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. Phil Foden plays alongside Rodri in the middle of the park. And the main man in attack is Erling Haaland. This is today's Bayern Munich starting lineup. Manuel Neuer is in goal. Jonathan Tah plays alongside Deo Upamecano as the centre-backs. And the main striker is Harry Kane. Phil Foden. Nice pass and on they march. It's 1-0. The first blow struck very early. Bayern Munich get the ball rolling again. How will they react to this setback? Serge Gnabry. Into Laimer. Waiting for the moment to get through.
I have to say they're looking good in these areas.
And they might be in. No way through, that's well kept. Is this the equaliser? And it's there! The lead didn't last long. They're back level already. Tijani Reinders. Could be something on. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. That's a good ball. Hard work brings reward. They've got the ball. Harry Kane. Foden. And he's in there. Oh, what a tackle to break up the play.
What a tackle that was.
Serge Gnabry. Good vision. A quick whistle from the referee. Foul given. Michael Olise. Promising position this. No way through. Possession lost. Doku. Promising looking attack from City. Lovely pass, the ticket to be in. Read the pass well and cuts it out. And the forward progress continues. That hasn't got far. Luis Diaz. Good cross into the middle. That hasn't been decisively dealt with. And not the end to the move they were looking for. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. He's beaten his man here. Space now to get a crossover. This could be. And the keeper gets behind it well. Delivered, cleared, but not out of trouble yet. And the attack comes to an end, disappointing. Oh, could be here. Tijani Reinders. Phil Foden. Freeing up the chance now. Rodri. And it's pinched, read his mind there. It's a pretty poor error, to be honest. Didn't have to do that. Jeremy Doku. Oh, that's been won really smartly. And that will keep the attack moving nicely. The assistant's flag is raised. That'll be offside. Rodri. Reinders. Bayern Munich have the ball again. A proper scrap in there now. Michael Olise. This looks promising from Bayern. A But that's where any chance of anything developing disappears. Kimmich. That set up the chance. And that will do it for the first half here in that. And the second half begins. Who will it be to turn the draw into a win? Jonathan Tah. Deo Upamecano. On to Luis Diaz. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Serge Gnabry. Scruffy play, ball lost. Phil Foden. Tijani Reinders. Bayern come away with it. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. And the counter fizzling out in the end. Serge Gnabry. The referee playing advantage. Kane. Well, of all the players we're watching today, would you agree that he'd certainly get...
Oh, can he finish it here?
Turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. He's beaten his marker here, and he's come back at him to win the ball now. Now the chance for them to pull forward. Go ahead. What a save that was. This is breathless, brilliant football.
Well, you won't see a better break than that. That was top quality football.
Cleared away, but not with conviction. Haaland. A really good interception to take the ball. Kimmich. Luis Diaz. That's been cut out. It's too easy.
Not sure what he was thinking there.
This has to be. Well, look at the room. They've got to attack now. Can they make something happen from this? They've lost it. A promising break fades away. And they might be in. But it was rising from the moment it was struck. Michael Olise. City come away with it. Keeping the ball but being kept at bay with the sides locked level. Could be something on. The assistant's flag is raised. That'll be offside. Reinders. And he's in now. It's in. And it's their game to lose from here. Back underway, and it really is a race against the clock now. Gnabry. On to Luis Diaz. Certainly still believe this looks promising. They've lost it there, and the attack is over. If they go now, there could be a break on. Kimmich. Kane. And they need to be better on the ball than that. Phil Foden. What a chance here! Oh, impudent! Oh, it's in! A delightful goal and a moment of sheer quality. Beautiful! Harry Kane. That's how to play it through. And the defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing.
That was really good defending.
Threads it through. But it's not found its target. Intercepted. Tijani Reinders. Lovely weighted pass. On the wrong side of the defence. Offside. Kane. Now here's an invitation. Moving through on goal. And that's the final whistle. Leaving. Well, for some games, there's just the feel of extra excitement in the air, and this is undoubtedly one of... Hello and welcome to an evening that needs a bit of cheering up, and what better way than with the game we're about to see. I'm your commentator, Guy Mowbray, and I'm delighted to have Stuart Robson's expertise alongside me, and it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Manchester City, and they take on Paris Saint-Germain.
As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension, but these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
Delivered into the box. This is the Manchester City starting 11. Gianluigi Donnarumma is in goal. Ruben Dias starts alongside Joško Guardiol as the centre-backs. Phil Foden plays alongside Rodri in the middle of the park. And the main man in attack is Erling Haaland. Here's how PSG line up. Vitinha plays alongside Fabian in the middle of the park. And they go with just one in attack. better with the ball. And that's been ruled as offside. Intercepted. Great reading of the game. Oh, that's superb technique to get past. Asking quite a lot to score from there, and that's missed by quite a bit.
No, it's not a good shot, is it? That wasn't the right option.
Well, he's a player that many have been talking about. Will we be talking about him for the right reasons today, though?
Well, quite simply, he's a great crosser with the ball, and that will be a major threat today. If he plays well, he'll be a big influence on this game.
Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. This could get interesting. And enough on it to steer it to safety. Neves. Worth a go. Gets in the way superbly.
That really was a wonderful piece of defending.
Oh, that's been won really smartly. Right idea, but the radar was out. Ousmane Dembele. And the chance slips away. Now if he gets there, it's a chance. Having a try. Well, he really wound that up, but he was very close to scoring.
Yeah, you're right, Guy. From there, that was a really good effort.
Still all square. Can they make this pressure count? And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Haaland. Oh, gone for it. Taken cleanly and held on to. That's a good ball. Well, never seemed to get over the ball, in truth. Just clipped the top of his head. Phil Foden. Not getting close enough here. Oh, against the bar. A bit of a disappointing end to the attack.
Well, how close was City to taking the lead? If they continue to play like this, you sense they'll get their noses in front soon.
Promising move stalls.
Well, that was a really excellent piece of defending there.
Chance to deliver into the box. That hasn't been decisively dealt with. Well, plenty of power on the effort, but just wide. Goal kick it is. PSG pushing forward with options available. Oh, brilliant anticipation. It's scrappy, it lacks flow, someone has to take charge here. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Haaland. And we caught that with everything he's got, but it's missed the target. And with that stray pass, there's a change of possession.
That was a little bit sloppy there.
That's not a bad-looking ball. All done, well read. Kvaratskhelia. Nice pass and on they march. And they've got it away. Incredible defending. It's played in now. Only half the job done there. And that whistle brings the first half. Second half begins with the sides locked on level terms. And the goalkeeper gathers the ball in easily. That's a good pass. Switched on and ready to intercept there.
Yeah, he really did anticipate where that ball was going.
And that was hit from some distance and didn't miss by a great deal.
Yeah, I think it was worth a go. Certainly struck it well.
The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Just needs the composure now. And a great stop to turn the ball away. Come away with the ball. Beaten easily here. Oh, it's a superb reaction to win the ball this time. And he hasn't hit the heights we know he's capable of to this point. He can only get better from here on in.
Yes, there's certainly room for improvement. He's struggled to have any real impact on the game. He hasn't gotten the ball enough, and when he has, he's given it away cheaply. But I'm sure we'll see a marked improvement in the second half.
Concession worker, please go to the ticket office to meet Nathan. Thank you.
They need to be better on the ball than that. Reinders. Great instinct there to cut it out. Foden. Oh, yes, please. There aren't many who'd even try that. A little sloppy on the ball there. They could get caught out on the break here. Ambitious effort. Well, he really wound that up, and he was very close to scoring.
Well, I have to say, that was a really good effort. He struck it so cleanly.
PSG recovering possession well. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. And now they could spring the trap. He's in here. Oh, great work from the keeper to keep it out. Just 20 minutes remaining now. Dembele. Closed it down well. Offside, the flag is up. Good work from PSG to win back possession. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. And here we go, time for the transition. Still making, and finally, a defence has been breached. It's 1-0. Oh, good strike! Well, in the end, it didn't give the keeper much trouble at all. Tijani Reinders. Rodri. Reinders. Still coming at them, hunting the goal they need. Good work, they've got it back. Weighted beautifully. City have possession again. Lovely weighted pass. Dembele. Can someone attack this? Well, that's hugely frustrating for the coach and the players. And this could be the moment for a counter. And the counter fizzling out in the end. Secure hands, calmly taken. That's a wonderful pick-out. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover.
Well, if City score now, these fans will go absolutely wild. What a finish we've got here.
And that's the final whistle, leaving the fans here.
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long. And one of the great things about football is that no one knows for sure what's going to happen. Let's see what unfolds here tonight. My name is Derek Ray, and my commentary partner on this occasion is Stuart Robson. And a real feeling of all systems go. It is, after all, match day 1 in the Champions League. How do you see the match going, Stuart?
As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And the lineup for the home side. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Manuel Akanji plays with Francesco Acerbi in central defence. Nicolo Barella plays with Henrik Mkhitaryan in the centre of midfield. And in attack, Marcus Thuram plays. Well, might be. Oh, the crossbar is still reverberating. Brilliantly blocked. Dembele. We saw the situation developing.
Yes, such a clever reader of the game, isn't he?
Fabian. Good weight on that pass. Untidy in possession. Martinez. Thuram. Dembele. An effective challenge. Well, couldn't bend his run, and the flag went up. Dembele's in the centre. And PSG come away with it. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. And Dembele's given it away. Martinez. Well, that one has promise. Well, a decent effort, but the keeper read it from the moment it left his boot. Martinez. Varela has it. Could be threatening. Well, still a chance. And second time around he scores. But the keeper left to wonder what his defenders were doing. He got to it fairly easily. And unable to keep possession. Çalhanoğlu. Off the post and back in play. Well, a time for calm on the ball. Oh, fine play, and maybe it'll set something up.
Well, had PSG gone 2 down, I couldn't see them recovering. They need to improve it, and quickly.
Well, now it's all about forgetting that that was such a close shave and using the ball themselves advantageously. Cross could be useful. Fancies it. Well, it didn't worry the keeper. Çalhanoğlu. Could be in. Well, a last-ditch challenge, but there's always an element of risk about it, and we wonder what the referee is going to do next. And the keeper grabbing hold of that free kick. And take it away. Well, this looks really productive. What can they do from this position? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Likes to run with the ball at his feet. Can he get the level? Well, really fine goalkeeping. Good diving stop. That's a good pass. Sit through. In it goes. Delighted to be 2 in front. Things look good for them now. Then to take it away. Thuram. Terrific defending to stop them progressing.
Well, that's how to defend the edge of the box.
Genuine chance. Oh, still up for grabs. And he read it well defensively.
Well, that would have made it interesting, but the keeper has done brilliantly there.
Oh, splendid skill. Well, danger averted thanks to his teammate. Martinez. That's a good ball. And with that, the first half draws to a close. So the referee's whistle as the action is restarted. Dembele tried to find the net, but instead found the post.
Well, he places it beyond the goalkeeper, but just not inside the post. It's a decent effort, though.
Intelligent defending. And support available. Really had to get it spot on to finish from there, and it was miles off target.
Well, maybe not the right choice there. That's a poor effort.
Perfect challenge. Çalhanoğlu. He's in here. Well, it was down to whether or not he could beat the keeper, and that question has been answered.
Well, I'm all for players striking through the back of the ball with power, but he has to hit the target from there.
A very timely interception. Barella. And a shot from miles out. That shot had more than a bit of oomph behind it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He doesn't hit the target, but it was a very clean strike.
Well read to win possession back. Well, it would have been spectacular had it gone in, but was that the best choice?
No, it certainly wasn't, and his teammates aren't particularly happy with him.
Feeding it through. Oh, but just unable to unlock the defence. Has a go. In it goes to alter the arithmetic and give them hope that they can turn this round. Well, the ball is rolling again, and PSG are giving this a real go. Determined defending. Unable to keep the ball. Opportunity it is. Well, he was on his own, but couldn't take advantage of it.
Well, I'm not surprised he missed that. He never really looked in complete control, did he?
Oh, good idea. Oh, so near, off the post. On a time for composure on the ball.
Well, I thought that was the equaliser for PSG, but they're playing well now and should get another chance to get back into this game.
Their turn to try to keep it. In a decent position. Well, it wasn't all that far off the target.
Well, you're absolutely right. That was close, but the game is still very much in the balance here.
And a strong tackle. Could be dangerous. Tremendously strong in the tackle. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. And the through ball from well out. Well, that was a very respectable effort from such a long way out.
Well, he hits it cleanly, and it's a very good strike, but just not on target.
Working so hard to win back possession. Body in the way. Takes aim. Well, whatever it takes to keep it out. Now breaking at pace. Potential danger. And the flag has gone up here. Offside the decision. Super pass. Well, a joy to watch. Really nice ball. Can he keep his composure? And oh, far too easy for the goalkeeper. What an opportunity that was for them to level matters.
Well, what a poor finish that is. They should be level here.
Nice looking pass. In position. And a goal to increase their advantage to 2 overall. That little bit of a cushion. Now it's all about keeping the concentration. Dembele. Just the challenge that was required. Just 10 minutes to go. Well, it's ideal game management when you can pass the ball in this fashion. He's broken free. Well, he stormed through, but it didn't end well for him.
Well, in those situations, you have to make a few decisions. Unfortunately, he's made the wrong one.
Well, a long-distance effort and a highly respectable one, Stuart.
Well, he surprised everybody, including me. It's a decent effort, you have to say.
Ferreira deserves credit for winning the ball back. Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. Henrik Mkhitaryan. The ball with Martinez. Speculative effort. Well, it would have taken perfect technique from that sort of range, and that was less than perfect.
Not a good decision from him. That's a waste of possession there.
And support available. Oh, he's gone for goal! Well, the keeper did his job. Didn't really have to work hard, in all honesty. Nuno Mendes. Dembele on the ball. Couldn't quite finish.
Well, if they can just get one, it will certainly make it interesting.
Full time then, and Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, what an exciting game we have in store today. The anticipation has been building up, and we're just moments away from kick-off. We're at the magnificent venue that is Old Trafford, Manchester. I'm your commentator, Guy Mowbray, and I'm delighted to have Stuart Robson's expertise alongside me, and a live game from the Premier League on the way. It's Manchester United, and they take on Chelsea.
Well, both teams know they need to start the game well here. Try to dominate the midfield area and get their creative players on the ball. This should be an interesting game, I think.
And here's a chance! And there it is! The opening goal, and what a bright start it's been! Enzo Fernandez. Caicedo. Fernandez. Moises Caicedo. encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything.
Yeah, just snuffed out the danger there. That's a good turnover.
Plenty of room out wide for United. But that's where any chance of anything developing disappears. He's in here. It's not away yet. They have to clear this. And the goalkeeper has got it back in his grasp.
Well, what a great first save that was. How did he stop that?
Matheus Cunha. Šeško. There could be something building for United now. João Pedro. Oh, what a chance! Good save, and look where it's gone. Danger dealt with. Promising looking ball. They're in here. Can he finish? That's world-class goalkeeping.
Well, I have to say, I thought that was in. Great stop.
And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won.
Read it really well.
Oh, wonderful ball that. Teeing up the chance now. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Well, not a million miles away.
Yeah, decent effort, you have to say.
Fernandes. Diogo Dalot. Well, they have the lead, and they're happy just to play keep ball. Matheus Cunha. Great instinct there to cut it out. Lovely, incisive ball. Could be all square here. Surely. More work to do yet. At a go. Chelsea trailing, but what can they do with this corner? Secure hands, calmly taken. In the right position to cut out the pass. Genuine chance here. And they've scored! Second best no longer. It's level again. Luke Shaw. And on to Fernandes. Ball one, well read. And it's on now. And that's a solid stop. Out of harm's way it goes. Bruno Fernandes. Chelsea come away with the ball. This looks promising from Chelsea. Bruno Fernandes. Benjamin Šeško. Now, this might be promising. The right idea, but that'll be the goalkeeper's.
What I would say, at least he saw the pass.
Šeško. And with that deflection, it'll be a throw-in. Oh, great work. What's next? Moises Caicedo. Genuine chance. Someone for the team there. That's a good challenge. Out it goes. Oh, that's and won really smartly. Palmer. A long way out, and the goalkeeper gathers the ball in easily. Burmo. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Benjamin Šeško. And this could be the moment for a counter. Well, they couldn't quite take advantage at the end of that. Edging ever closer to goal here. And with that, the first half. And so the second half kicks off. João Pedro. Real chance. A goal that gives them the advantage. The ball gets rolling again with Manchester United keen to react to that setback. João Pedro. That's not a bad looking ball. United with the ball again. That's been overcooked, and out it goes. And the pass is incomplete, nicely won. And this could be. And there's his second of the match, leading the way for the team. So it's 3-1 now, and off they go once more. Brian and Burma. Casemiro. Pressing high, and they have the ball again. Fernandez. Tosin Adarabioyo. Palmer. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. Some contact there, but advantage played. United recovering possession well. Well, here we go, time for the transition. Flag up here, offside. Casemiro. Onto De Ligt. Closed it down well. Chelsea recovering possession well. Not the cleanest passage of play. João Pedro. Going for it. It's in! And of course it's in! It's a masterclass in finishing to complete his hat-trick. Intercepted. Great reading of the game. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Well, now they could spring the trap. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? So quick to charge forward, but the keeper's reaction's even quicker.
Great play, good shot and an excellent save. That was good football all round, wasn't it?
Ball lost and gratefully received. Promising looking ball. And that's nice and easy for the goalkeeper. Fernandez. Burmo. And it's pinched, read his mind there. Bruno Fernandes. Benjamin Šeško. Lovely, incisive ball. And maybe not the best idea to go for the blast. Accuracy sacrificed for power. Enzo Fernandez. Ball one, well read. A turnaround in possession, excellent positioning. Fernandez. Matthijs de Ligt. And on to Euro. And it comes down to the final 5 minutes. João Pedro. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. This could get interesting. Making good ground and still going. Real opportunity. A really promising attack has come to naught. Well, the referee has blown, and it's a disappointing result for... I'm Guy Mowbray, and I'm joined by Sue Smith on the gantry, and we've got live Premier League action for you today. It's Chelsea, and they take on Manchester United.
It's a real pleasure to be here. It's been buzzing ahead of kick-off. Let's hope the football lives up to the atmosphere.
There's the first touch, and we're underway. Here's how Chelsea line up.
Yeah, it's a 4-5-1, but it will morph into a 4-2-3-1. The single centre-forward will be supported by the number 10, and you'd expect them to rotate and swap positions just to try and drag defenders out. The wide midfielders, they'll offer a threat in behind.
And it must be. And we haven't had to wait long for the opening goal. It's 1-0. 1-0 as the ball gets rolling again. Casemiro. And Mateus Cunha. Pedro Neto. No need to worry about that effort for the keeper. Casemiro. Dallo. And on to Casemiro. Fernandes. Using his body well to keep the ball. That's a nice forward-thinking pass. And it's there! The lead didn't last long. They're back level already. Moises Caicedo. Fernandes. They're in here. Absolutely stunning defending. This looks promising from Chelsea. Oh, what a chance! And they've scored! A goal to get the stadium jumping. Shaw. Now Mateus Cunha. Fernandes. And the attack breaks down. Benjamin Šeško. Now with Fernandes. This to draw level. Trying to add another to his name, but it's been well handled.
Absolutely no doubt he's sharp right now, regularly appearing in threatening areas.
Marc Cucurella. And on to Garnacho. United recovering possession well. Promising position this. The assistant's flag is raised. That'll be offside. Fernandes. And the attack collapses.
Yeah, they won it back well there.
So much room out wide now for United. Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point. And it's on here. And the ball is still alive. Well, it comes to nothing in the end. Chelsea come away with the ball. Could be here. Mateus Cunha, and the defender saw the chance to stop them and took it. Enzo Fernandez. Alejandro Garnacho. That set up the chance. Ball one, well read. And Burma. Ryan and Burma. And it's pinched, read his mind there. They found a way through. Sheshko. The defence quick to snatch it back. What a chance here. It's there, and it's a goal. That's a real settler for them. Two in front now. Oh, lovely skill to beat his marker. That's a good ball. Burma. Chance to get back in this. Oh, it's still in there. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Mark Kukurea. Excellent progress, and it continues. Well, maybe that was a bit of a misconnection. It's far, far too high. Mateus Cunha. Now, here's an invitation. Maybe not. That was well read to cut it out. And that brings the first half to a close here. First kick of the second half of a game that's been dominated by Chelsea. Garnacho. Cole Palmer. He's going to try his luck. Well, he really wound that up, but he was very close to scoring.
He's so unlucky not to score. I didn't think he'd shoot from there, but nearly got his rewards.
Bruno Fernandes. Chelsea recovering possession well. An easy one for the keeper. Ryan and Burma. Benjamin Sheshko. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Now there could be a chance to counter. And that might have ended up a lot better than it has. Garnacho. That's one player beaten. Well, he went for power and got plenty of it, but it's whistled wide. Burma. And on to Dallo. This is a good spell, but there has to be some urgency too. Pedro Neto. And behind it goes for a corner kick. And delivered. And it's nicely stopped and held by the keeper. Well, he's put in a thoroughly dominant display so far. Absolutely outstanding.
He's been the standout, the difference between the two teams. And at times he's been unplayable. The goals were clinical, and he just looks hungry for more.
And it's held on to comfortably. Get back into it. Oh, great tackle, goal saver.
Well, that looked in all day long, didn't it?
There's something on here, a chance to attack. They couldn't quite take advantage in the end. Fernandez. Luke Shaw. There could be something building for United now. Opportunity here. No, that's superb from the defender.
Would Alex O'Neill please meet your wife at the ticket office? Thank you.
João Pedro. Oh, maybe a bit of space now. Oh, real opportunity. It's in. And of course it's in. It's a masterclass in finishing to complete his hat-trick. Drifting on and still going. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Dallo. He looks the right ball. And enough on it to steer it to safety. If they go now, there could be a break on. United with the ball again. So quarter of an hour remaining. Genuine chance. Great interception.
Oh, it's close, that.
Shaw. Now Mateus Cunha. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Cole Palmer. And that's barely even a save as it arrives at the goalkeeper. Mateus Cunha. On to Casemiro. And it's given away. The midfield battle intensifies. Oh, what a good ball. They could be in. Oh, a last-ditch tackle clears it away. Oh, could be a chance here. He'll have to be quick. And that's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. Winning the ball back and in a promising position. 5 minutes to go. A terrific tackle. The chance has gone.
Yeah, I love that tackle. It's a cracking bit of defending.
That's a perfect threaded through ball. Benjamin Šeško. Oh, brilliant anticipation. Mateus Cunha. There is the final whistle. After days of anticipation, we're finally here. A truly unforgettable occasion. A very warm welcome from the City Ground, just by the banks of the River Trent. I'm Guy Mowbray, and it's a pleasure to be joined by Stuart Robson in the commentary box. And every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. It's Nottingham Forest, and they take on Real Betis.
Well, as always, I'm looking forward to this because both teams have strong aspects to their game. Both managers like to play attacking football, and we've got some good matchups all over the pitch.
Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Here's how Nottingham Forest line up.
Well, they're starting with an attacking 4-5-1 formation with 3 players in advance of 2 holding midfielders. But it's important that the wide players come in field to join the centre forward at the right time.
Here's how Real Betis line up.
Well, the shape is the same, but they may play it in a slightly different way. And key to this game will be the fullbacks. Do they tuck in alongside their centre halves or look to support their wingers? I hope it's the latter.
Well, this is looking good. And that's where it ends. Cucho Hernandez. Onto Bellerin. Decent effort! But it's travelled straight into the goalkeeper's gloves. Ibrahim Sangare. Morgan Gibbs-White. Hudson-Odoi. Williams. Gibbs-White. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Setting up the chance. Oh, the keeper reacts in an instant.
That was pure reflexes from the keeper. What a stop!
Good work to recover possession. The play just breaking down a little here. Positive play on the front foot. And that's a shame for them, nothing doing. Cucho Hernandez. Nico Williams. Morgan Gibbs-White. Great instinct there to cut it out. Time for some positive wing play now. And the promise of something happening is over. Hudson-Odoi. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted.
They won the ball at just the right time there.
He's in here, and the first blow is delivered. 1-0. So off we go at 1-0. And that was hit from some distance and didn't miss by a great deal.
Well, he hits it cleanly, and it's a very good strike, but just not on target.
Gibbs-White. And the forward progress continues. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Giovanni Lo Celso. Sofiane Amrabat. Hernandez. Asking quite a lot to score from there, and that's missed by quite a bit.
It's not a good shot, is it? That wasn't the right option.
Callum Hudson-Odoi. No free kick, a good advantage. Oh, chance! Superb reactions to cancel out a brilliant effort. Anthony. And the run goes on. And still allowed to run on here. He's going to try his luck. That's a decent bit of goalkeeping. Callum Hudson-Odoi. Gibbs-White. It's a good ball in behind. Must have switched off there as the ball is lost.
Yeah, they've got to pass it better than that.
Anthony. Looking like they mean business here. Now they've got possession. What can they do from here? Callum Hudson-Odoi. Good pass, good chance. No way through, possession lost. On he goes, terrific. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. And that will do it for the first half in Nottingham. So away we go then for the second half. Ibrahim Sangare. Nicolo Savona. Oh, brilliant anticipation. A bit too eager there, free kick given. Cucho Hernandez. Callum Hudson-Odoi. The ball won back. Ball lost and the chance gone.
Well, that was a really excellent piece of defending there.
Giovanni Lo Celso. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Gibbs-White. Now, this has to be. On his own, with only the keeper to beat, but he's missed it.
Well, he decided to go for power, but he's got to hit the target there.
Well, he's certainly had a decent game so far, or maybe better than that. I think it's fair to say he hasn't disappointed.
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play was really good. He was a constant threat, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the second half.
And it's pinched, read his mind there. That's a real settler for them. 2 in front now. Savona. Positive play on the front foot. Well, they've won the ball, now what to do with it? Making decent progress here. Comes. Scruffy play, ball lost. Promising move, now what happens from here? But it will now be tidied up and cleared away. Promising looking ball.
Your husband is waiting for you.
Hudson-Odoi. forward here. And it's opened up. The attack broken up. Cucho Hernandez. They've given it away here. And it's nicely stopped and held by the keeper. Sofian Amrabat. Fornals. And that's been seen as a foul. Free kick. Giovanni Lo Celso. Ball one, well read. Cucho Hernandez. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Weighted beautifully. And he's through here, off the upright. Oh, that's a very grateful gather of the ball.
Yeah, they can count themselves very lucky there. It really should have been a goal.
Giovanni Lo Celso. Well, not long to go until the end, and the hosts clearly second best. That's the story of the game.
Well, there are two main reasons why they're losing this game. Firstly, they've not shown enough desire to close the opposition down. And secondly, they haven't defended their box well enough. It's been a poor defensive display.
Gibbs White. And they've got it back now. It's on for the shot! Oh, great save. Goalkeeping of the highest quality. It's put into the middle. The defence quick to snatch it back. Morgan Gibbs White. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. And there's the final blast. Not the result these...
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Welcome to the Estadio Benito Villamarin, where the action will soon get underway. I'm Derek Ray, here at the microphone, and sitting alongside me is the former England international Sue Smith. And without doubt, a match with the potential to bring genuine excitement. It's Real Betis, and they face Nottingham Forest.
I can't wait for this one today. The atmosphere is buzzing, and I'm hoping the football lives up to it.
Betis with the ball again. Let's have a look at the initial 11 for the visitors.
Yeah, it's the same formation, and I'd expect both teams to commit players forward. So the two holding midfielders, they're going to be key from a defensive perspective.
Hudson-Odoi. Really important piece of last-ditch defending.
Yeah, it was good positioning there, wasn't it?
Fornals. And moving it forward. Opportunity here. And it goes! An early opening statement in this match. And look at the celebrations. Elliot Anderson. And in possession, Milenkovic. Ibrahim Songare. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Songare. It's Callum Hudson-Odoi. Attacking with vigour. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. And Forest will get the throw-in. Morgan Gibbs-White. Pablo Fornals with it. Juan Camilo Hernandez. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. Can he find the right pass? Ndoye. Anthony. And it's with Amrabat. Very quick thinking there. Ball retention is often part of it.
Yeah, just waiting for support.
Clever defending. Morgan Gibbs-White. Other side really able to keep the ball successfully right now. Morgan Gibbs-White. On the offensive. And it's with Gibbs-White. An effective challenge. Ezalzouli. Well, they would have been disappointed had he spilled that one. Hudson-Odoi. And good anticipation.
Yeah, really good work there to see what was happening, wasn't it?
Giovanni Lo Celso. And a relatively straightforward save for the keeper. Elliot Anderson. Morgan Gibbs-White. miscue in the final third. Songare. We're using the space really well, but now can they push on? Oh, that's brilliant play. Oh, great attacking play. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Juan Camilo Hernandez. Well read to ease the pressure. Williams. Elliot Anderson. Just trying to keep their opponents on their toes with the passing game.
Yeah, you can see they're just trying to draw them out. The back line just needs to hold firm.
And cut out nicely. And passing it through. Well, we could have made that decision from up here on the commentary box. And that's going to be all for the first. So the second half begins. Who will steal the show? Hudson-Odoi. And that's a very effective run. Not advantage with them. Referee says play on. Fine work from Nottingham Forest to win back possession. Morgan Gibbs-White. Oh, might be. Well, there is a goalkeeper with a fine technique. Giovanni Lo Celso. Pablo Fornals with it. Plenty of support here. He's in behind. There it is. 2 to the good now, and that gives them a buffer. Anderson. Hudson-Odoi. And that is how to beat your opponent.
Yeah, technically gifted, isn't he?
Ibrahim Songare. Opportunity! Well, he had clearly drifted into an offside position.
Yeah, he finishes it so well, but he knew himself that he was offside.
And he might be through here. Main priority to hit the target, but couldn't do so.
It's not that far away. It's a decent effort. I just feel he lacked composure with the finish.
Anderson. Well, this looks really productive. What can they do from this position? Could get themselves back into it. Can they do it? There it is! A goal to reduce the arrears and give them hope that they can turn this round. And the pass deftly cut out. Morgan Gibbs-White. Well, there to intercept. Good strength to keep the ball. Incisive ball. Well, even marginally offside is still against the law.
Well, I thought he was in there. It looked like he timed his run well, but the flag's up. He'll be so disappointed because that's really unlucky.
Hudson-Odoi. This could be the equaliser. Oh, in it goes! Now they're level. Who saw this coming? Incredible! Sufyan Amrabat. And he takes it away. Nico Williams. Oh, danger here. And tidy defensive play.
Yeah, he was just in the right place at the right time. That's class defending, that.
A very good tackle.
Informamos de que la nueva tienda del club situada en el fondo sur permanecerá abierta cuando acabe el encuentro.
Morgan Gibbs White. And good use of a bat. Oh, surely! Oh, it's astonishing! One of the greatest comebacks you're ever likely to see. And now the question is, can they see this out?
Con el 10, Gibbs White.
Morgan Gibbs White. Just the challenge that was required. Giovanni Lo Celso. He's in with a chance. And there is the goal to make it a hat-trick. Excellence in finishing, there for all to see. Sufyan Amrabat, showing a great defensive instinct. Oh, neutralised the situation.
Absolutely, they looked in real danger there.
Williams. And threading it through. Oh, there it is! A lifeline in this game, and what a finale we could be in for here! Hudson-Odoi. And a lot to like about this attack. Oh, breezing past him. But a good piece of tidying up. Can they fashion something? They need a goal. Ndoye. And very nicely positioned to win it back. If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. Well, it was their own throw-in. And there goes the final whistle. It's gone the...